You can do it, Google. I trust you. Oh. You can actually upgrade on Twitter to make your posts longer. Um, Super. Of course, the first thing when you type in VTuber is VTuber not safe for work. Silly community. Dude. Doesn't look like anyone has been poking me. That's fine. Don't usually have to worry about the pet gauge and the limit breaks, so that should be alright. Alrighty. Guess I probably should give it a couple more minutes, shouldn't I? Let's just get the Viper quests out of the way and then we can worry about MSQ. It's probably for the best. Okay. Getting along with the poaching quest, that's fine. Hi there, not suspicious friend. Yeah, I guess the side quests aren't quite voiced. That is partly why I've got the actual volume on this time, just because apparently a good chunk of it is voiced, so may as well give it the opportunity for that. Hmm. You already got clearance with the Ishgard for that? Yeah, they've had to fight dragons and a whole bunch of other stuff by now. I doubt they're ready for this. Considering we had to help them rebuild. Not exactly clear for takeoff yet. Hmm. Oh, he does know what's going on. He's just trying to keep things peaceful. But she is completely cucking his attempts. Okay. We're gonna have to play along for a bit then. Innocent Stork is unfortunately not quite innocent. Yeah, we've got an extra bit of worries then. That should be alright. It's nothing we haven't handled before. Although poor Buddy Boy got caught, so he's kind of in danger of just getting... Oh no, okay. She actually just left? I guess he kind of has to go with, but... He is not ready for it. Shit timing indeed, Buddy Boy. Get the turtle there. The drawl to slay? That we do. Alrighty. We get to have this epic hunt going in, and we're... Why did I put that first? Ah, that's why I put it first. I accidentally queued in for the dungeon for that. So I actually got some progress going on it. Shoot. Off to Idleshire we go. Oh, Idleshire is not Ishgard. They might be a bit better prepared for this then. Alrighty, which one do we have to go out? I guess it doesn't matter, this isn't Idleshire, we can fly. This is not preventing us from doing anything. Bet you can't actually fly in here though. Dude. Let's see here. Yep, there you go. Hey there, Keshqua. No sign, which gives us time to pick a good spot for an ambush. Sure, buddy. This'll be fine. Although it looks like they're giving us a few options for that, so... Dude. So let's see. What are our options? We've got up on high ground. Got a couple that are actually on the high ground. Locations commanding view of the area. It does not offer enough space for you to fight your full potential. Sir, I am a Lalafell. Any space is enough for my fighting potential. We just have to be fast and we have to murder quickly. I don't need a lot of space to do that. I believe that is a separate one. Hey there, Omega. Welcome in. Technically speaking, yes, because our day does come before yours. But welcome in. Hopefully the evening's going well. And welcome to Dawntrail / I'm just doing my level 90 Viper quest real quick. But how goes Burger and Fireworks Day? You enjoying yourself? Good. Gotta be one of Instant Stock's diffuser pouches. With a bag of wild grass sticking about a place, there's no way for Ixok Majun was ever gonna show. The Corthus Western? Probably. Burger part's over, got no plans for fireworks. That's probably good. You don't want to set a fire. There are still burgers downstairs. It's never over until they're defeated. Frank's got a point, Omega. Sometimes you just gotta make sure to actually defeat the enemy in full. You may have won the battle, but you have not won the war until the white flag is thrown, right? What is that emote? Spooky Fat-ass fast. Look, if you're gonna have a day of celebration, and admittedly if the calendar's gonna fuck you over and put it on a Thursday, you may as well go for the fattest ass possible, right? Okay, yeah, we're past the first 10 minutes. The YouTube VOD won't care about me swearing. But it is always interesting that the 4th of July just kind of comes hunkered down with just the inevitable barbecue session. Which I suppose isn't the worst kind of thing. Thick Thursday, just like Thanksgiving. What day is Thanksgiving on this year? I don't actually recall. Yeah, obvious point for story spoilers, since we're going to be starting Dawntrail today. Just in case, because I'm obviously arriving to it late, others maybe as well. Oh, hey, she got it. I'm sure this will be fine. I bet it's on a Thursday. Entirely possible. Oh, ARMS is on a Monday? Ugh. Fuck. That's not good. Why do I have 4 Twitter notifications already? Ah. Maple Monday? Mondays are honestly just a kind of rough time to have holidays, if I'm being completely honest with you. Also, I'm not necessarily reading this story super close, if only because it's not a super complicated one. It pretty much just sums up to the fact that, hey, this Femro is greedy. She's kidnapping a dangerous monster for the Colosseum and for herself to try to make money. Gallus is an unfortunate bystander because he can't stand up to the fact that the Femro is kind of being a bitch to him. And this is a monster that can pretty much demolish anyone who actually gets in contact with it. Like, conceptually, it's not a bad story. Just, it's not a super creative one, unfortunately. Also, we are a Viper now. Why to go such despicable lengths to capture it? You've finally shown your true colors. You're quite the dastardly Femro. You don't even have a mustache. Although she seems short for a Femro still. Oh, sorry, she's not capturing for the Colosseum. She's just capturing it for war efforts. Yeah, there's not going to be much way for that. Why are there children here? Shouldn't it be in school? Yeah, holiday. So when am I having a DNF night? I mean, I don't stream my fighting games, Frank. I get salty as fuck when I play fighting games. Leave those to Omega. You're supposed to get salty on fighting games? Technically, yes. I'm still surprised the beast can't actually kill it from in there. Oh. Whoops. That's why half the people watch. Technically true. I guess as a comparison point, I don't like getting salty at fighting games. That's the balancing point. When I'm getting angry at fighting games, other people may find it fun. I don't. I honestly don't. Rar. New model, too. But fighting game streams are definitely a possibility. Obviously, I have more than enough of them, DNF included. I still have a lot to learn when it comes to DNF, though. I'm surprised this is actually in world. I figured it would be an instance where I don't have my chocobo. Weird. They happen to run into a purple Vanguard named Jude, and I was wondering if it was you. No, no. I unfortunately have a thing called a day job, Omega. I'm not exactly playing DNF during those hours. Unless you mean at, like, the early mornings of today. In which case, again, no. And played a match against another person, so you're not exactly at a disadvantage. Dude. Technically, and I have done a couple of rounds against a live person now, since Omega wanted me to go up against someone whose name I'm not remembering off the top of my head at the moment, because they were trying to test out Dragon Knight. Since it said you scolded him a little, but he had a good time. Yeah, I think I won 70% of the matches that we did. I didn't lose too many of the rounds, but they did eventually near the end start taking some of the rounds from me, so I'm assuming they were learning. It's not inherently a bad thing. No, not there. Dude. I goof off, learn a couple of practical but not optimal combos, and then goof off some more. I started with Inquisitor, but I'm wondering if I should just look around a little bit, because at least for most fighting game stuff, I tend to prefer the faster characters most of the time. And unfortunately, Inquisitor is slow, as much as I would love to play her. She's just a mite bit slow. And then whenever I go against anyone with actual skill, I just get juggled for 70% of my health, and that tends to be annoying. Dark Knight, or Dragon Knight, is a pretty wacky matchup for Inquisitor, to be honest, so if you start off good, then it's a big plus on your fundamentals. I mean, I'm not exactly, like, a complete noob when it comes to fighting games. Like, I've played a few, and I started on Mortal Kombat, so I'm at least a bit of a stubborn bitch when it comes down to it. But when I was doing the rounds with whoever was playing Nen Master, I could barely get, like, 10% off of them. That was rough. And play Swiftmaster. He looks good in purple, just like you. Well, thank you, Frank. Name Swiftmaster isn't really coming to mind quite at the moment, but I'll have to take a look. It's better than most of us. There's some hardcore Nen players. Well, yeah, I mean, she's the newest released character. He's the fast little wind guy. Oh, Swiftmaster is the Mage M class, isn't it? Right, I keep forgetting that's actually tied to Mage M. I know I was experimenting a little bit with Battle Mage as well, because she plays a lot like Platinum from Blaze Blue, and that's not inherently a bad thing. This is the wrong way, isn't it? No, that's the right way. But so far I've only put a good amount of time into Inquisitor, a little bit into Battle Mage, and then just trying to fuck around with some of the other characters a little bit. I saw today there's a Platinum mod for Of course there is. That's what I mean. Like, her entire kit, everything she does, the way she acts, she's just a Platinum clone. Like, she's even got that staff slamming into the ground as one of her specials. That's like Platinum's main finishing from BlazBlue. You better swing a massive frying pan on the 4M. It's, possible. The modding community is a little bit silly at the end of the day. And I mean, people who actually go after Arc Syswork games know the fundamentals of how to mod their systems now. Nice Power Ranger. Dude. I guess I would kind of need to look into the entire cast anyways. Because let's see. We've got Berserker, we've got Ghostblade, we've got Spectre, Nenmaster, Monk, Crusader, Inquisitor, Battle Mage, Enchantress, Slayer, Fighter, Brawler? And yes, I do have the DLC. I got it during the initial sale when it was like 20 bucks for all of it, so that was kind of a good deal for a fighting game. Actually, no, I use that page for work. You mean Berserker, Striker, Brawler? Yes. Fortunately, I see no pan in the screenshots. Oh. Does it actually show her using her 4M? But yeah, that's accurate. That is her staff. Technically, there are 3 Slayers and 3 Fighters in the game. Yeah, because you've got Nenmaster, you've got the regular M or F Fighter, and Brawler. Although Brawler just feels weird because he uses jail chains as part of his attack patterns. Let's see here. DNF characters. That is not the one I'm looking for. DNF dual characters, please. Gotta be a little specific. Brawler's a menace. If you want to ruin someone's day, become a Brawler main. I know you fight him as a part of the Inquisitor's story mode, so it's not completely unheard of. He just looks like an asshole, though. I do find it interesting that Spectre's moveset seems to be her getting pretty consistently drunk the entire time, though. Because all of her move names are listed as alcohol. Brawler wouldn't be in story mode as DLC. I feel like I fought one, though. At least I remember. Oh, no, sorry. I've seen someone play as Brawler, and it looked nasty as all hell. I don't think Brawler's in story mode, but it's been a bit. Yeah, no, I'm just misremembering things. I think my memory has just been on the fritz lately, so I might need to replace both the RAM and the hard drive in these systems. Oh, right, you gotta go to the highest peak. Hey there, buddy. Of course, it's a 655 cap. Don't get Jude playing Brawler. I'll have another character crisis. Well, I can at least guarantee one thing, that I probably won't play Enchantress at all. I might, but I can't guarantee it. I was I always like the puppet characters and concept, but I'm very bad at playing the puppet characters. And since hers seems to be an active and inactive version of the puppet, it's a bit harder to really control. You see a brawler with the name Walta or something else funny? He's something like deity number 5, and the connection feels like it's from Germany. Ugh. Gotta love lag switches. Or at least lag fighters. I'd sooner eat a whole stock of celery than play a puppet character, and I hate celery. That's fair. The puppet characters are not the easiest thing to really work with, and I understand that fact. But there's a certain weird talent when it comes to the puppet characters, with dealing with, like, Regalius, Carl... What are other puppet characters? Regalius, Carl... There are other fighting games that have puppet characters, Jude, and you've played them before. I don't think Enchantress is that hard as far as puppet characters go. Conceptually, no, but it's just an interesting balance because she's trying to be a puppet character, and you don't have as active of a control over her puppet as the other games tend to. Chaos and Uni. Oh, yeah, right, Chaos. Him and his little spiky dog. So Chaos and Undernight, the two family members, which even that is a stretch considering what Regalius did in Blaze Blue. What other fighting games have I played that have puppets in them? Type Lumina doesn't have a puppet character, as far as I recall. It's Relius, by the way. Honestly, I'd say that I should care, but it's him. He doesn't deserve the respect. That man can go die in a hole for all I care. Type Lumina does, though. Super Mario! What are you talking about, Omega? Oops, missed that. You can call half the JoJo cast puppet characters. Not fully. No. Is only mildly a puppet character. Oh, crap. Ooh, we haven't used this mechanic yet. There we go. Doesn't do a whole lot of manual positioning, but he does have puppets. Noted. Oh, fuck me. I gotta remember that the class quests can actually kill you. Do-do-do. Ken in Persona is also a pretty light puppet. Shadow Lab probably is another one. I don't think I ever dealt with Shadow Labris from P4 Ultimax, to be honest with you. Whoops. Lots of light puppet stuff in Persona, but they're all very attached. Yeah, that's kind of why I don't count, like, Ori as a puppet character from Undernight either. Because she has, like, her Persona-like character, but it's not a puppet, it's more just an extension of her range, if anything. If I could figure out Shadow Lab, it's definitely not a puppet character. Oh, and Zato? Zato. Can't believe I forgot the OG. I mean, sometimes it's hard to remember the history books, Frank. I'm not going to blame you for that. But I don't know the name. Oh, from the Guilty Gear. Yeah. Yeah, Zato does technically count, too, with his Shadow Puppet. I wonder if there's just an easy way to Google search puppet characters. Fighting game puppet characters. Hey, goodie's up. Good job, Goliath. I did. I think we caught them all. It's mentioning Bite and Bark from the really failed punching game on the Switch. Let's see. Mentioning Hisui as well. I don't think Hisui has any arms. Yeah, arms. Bite and Bark are technically a puppet fighter, because you have the main cop and you have his dog. Okay, good, it's at half. Combo characters in Melty aren't puppets. Yeah. Shit. Dude, don't stand in that. Gotta get some of these up first. Also, how's the sound balancing, by the way? That button. Whoops. I hear the music very well, which is the important part. Technically speaking, yes. I'm more wondering if it's overpowering me, though, because the bars are saying no. Shoot. Get my buffs up real quick. Huh. You're actually gonna make me do a friggin'... Oh, god damn it. This is on a class quest, too. Why are you making me do a DPS check in this? Friggin' get me to do a DPS check without a limit break. Okay, that's how that system works. Okay, noted. I also have to remember my mechanics a little bit. Oh god. This is gonna suck. When are those going to explode, though? Okay. Good enough. Yeah, for those of you who are curious with Viper, considering this is Final Fantasy XIV's mechanics and all that, Viper is one of the selfish DPSs, so it does buff itself and debuff the enemy, but only on your own attacks. So you'll have to notice these little icons here that basically just give you a personal attack buff for your damage specifically, no one else's. So you kind of need to keep that on at all times. Thankfully, it's easy to put on. Ooh boy. Like that. That and that. Then do it again. Because fuck, this thing needs to die. Huh. There must be an additional mechanic to using that. Okay, that's fine. Anyways, now that I don't need to focus anymore. Unfortunately, this is level 90 content, so they are going to make you think a little bit, even during the solo questing. So what were we talking about? Puppet fighters? This list mentions the ice climbers. That's definitely not a puppet character whatsoever. By a weird extension, Misfortune technically counts as a puppet character as well, doesn't she? Because while the head on the field is only a temporary thing, you can technically control it while it's on the field. And Skullgirls specifically is what I'm talking about. I keep forgetting that you can just huck her head across the field and have it do random shit for you. Ow. There we go. Oh, there you go, hunting buddy. Finally beat you, monster. Now you can live in peace. Like everyone else in this godforsaken country. Yeah, in terms of DNF, I'll probably have to do some research on it when I actually get the mood for it, because I'm kind of banking between Spectre, Enchantress, and I probably can think of another one besides Inquisitor that I would at least like to figure out. Mostly because I like fiddling with the puppet characters anyways. And it'd be fun just to see if I can make it work finally. Commendable motivation, indeed. Then I met an innocent stork who explained with great enthusiasm she shared my desire to protect others. Oh, she did not. She lied through her fucking teeth. I'm so sorry, bro. You got played. Which is understandable. Femro tends to sway a lot of opinions in this game. I confronted her, told her I was going to inform my superior. She smiled and laughed and said that she would unleash her fiends upon Grindia if I spoke a word. Unfortunately, this is why the guards need more wisdom. Also, he's got a hell of a fucking spear just for being in the basic military unit. Like, that's not something you pick up off the side of a street. Also, this is partly why I play Lullafels. I like seeing everyone having to look down on me all the time. I just find it funny how the character models just contort to actually make the Lullafels work, even if the Lullafels are set to the tallest they possibly can be. I wonder if he'll ever link up to the Dragoon story at all. Probably not. Oh. Someone else is here with their very well-dressed chocobo. Dude. Let's see here. Do I even have time to dedicate a DNF right now? I kind of need to get through Dawntrail, if anything. So all of my streams are going to be tied to that right now, at least for a bit. Well, he's standing up for him, at least. Oh? Okay. He's gonna recruit him if he gets kicked out of the army. Okay. That's actually not a bad thing. That angle looks so rough on Lullafell. He is getting let off a little too easy, though. That's fine. He's been through a lot and had to live through lies for a good long while. So maybe through the help of our lovely Keshqua here, he might actually get on the right path and not have to worry about being a whiny little bitch anymore. Lovely. Hey there, Iza. Welcome in. And yes, those commands actually work while we're playing this game. Thankfully, even with the graphical upgrades, 14 can still mostly run on a potato. But how goes things? Hopefully you're not freezing too hard. Or, God forbid, have to put on a sweater. You're fishing? Don't suppose you could provide context on fishing. Oh, wait, Monster Hunter. Right, for ammo. Never mind. Go back to Old Charlatan. Cool. Well, now that we've gotten the Viper Quest done out of the way, why don't we actually start up with Dawntrail? Got an angry cat that we need to listen to for a bit. Because I don't plan on shitting on the story for this at all. Just the common complaints that I'm hearing are, how the fuck did we go from world-ending gods to this? Which, they were gonna get complaints either way with how how Endwalker ended, but it can't be as bad as people are making it out to seem. Both the summer event and Day of the Diver collab of fishing minigames. Oh yeah. I believe I saw something as well, that there is a code you can use for the Nikki event, that you can get the scuba skin for somebody. Which isn't inherently a bad thing. But I haven't looked super deep into it either way, so... Yeah, I'd have to go find it again. You might just be able to search for Twitter for it, though. Because I think someone posted it somewhere, so I can try and find it again. But I'm not 100% certain. Okay, we're all set to travel then. That's good. Also, welcome the Femgar that has been introduced to this plotline. She's a warrior. She's got an axe that says, "Fuck you." As the most basic plot summary recap from the end of Endwalker, the cat is a tomboy. That is all you need to know. Oh yeah, they do actually give you a quick reminder, just in case. As a slightly more detailed recap, there is a succession war going on in another continent that we're going to go help this tomboy cat out with. With our plucky group of adventurers and our newest friend who has learned how to paint. Too bad that she lost her, like, full coat when she decided to learn how to paint, though. But, oh well. She at least has a proper job now instead of just unspecified. So it's good that we actually have Kryl joining us in the fighting, and in the actual plot, instead of just being the knowledge book that explains to us everything that's going on. Oh yeah, right, El Dorado is also a concern in this. It's not inherently a bad promise to have going, but... I'm wondering how they're actually going to reveal the City of Gold to us. It'd make for a good dungeon. We will make you Dawn servant by standing here talking about it. I go wheresoever adventure is to be found. No, fuck it, we're pirates now. Just two small elven children and two Lalafels ready to take on the world. Yes, you did indeed hear, pirates. Thankfully, some of the dialogue does make it seem like we can be just a rowdy adventurer type, so that's not inherently a bad thing. Oh. They actually just yoink us over to the dock? Not inherently a bad thing. Too bad it's not snowing in the cutscene, though. But yeah, welcome the entrance to the Dawntrail expansion, where we have to sail off to yet another continent because nothing can be hosted within the regular world that we're in. Oh.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Also more dedicated voice acting.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Though Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map, the vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels.
I mean, that's normal. We've literally fought gods, Erenville.
The safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself. This will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
And there's our red flag.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Also, it's a good thing Kryl actually has an adult character voice actor. Some of the people need to actually remember that the Lalafels are not children.
All aboard! We're casting off!
And I guess in this case, Kryl is actually expected to be an adult.
I trust you have everything you need?
In most instances, she is a child, but it's nice that they're kind of expanding on that a little bit. Because God forbid, Kryl is always put in such important plot points in the entire Final Fantasy franchise. God forbid she's actually old enough to realize the consequences of it. Lalafels are able to destroy people, Omega.
Cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Kattenram did some 80 years past.
Well, that's awkward.
For the new world, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Although I do like this kind of shonen action music. Doesn't mean I can't laugh. Maybe they'll laugh back.
Just wait.
You're technically not wrong.
This contest is said and done. It'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Wokla
She's gonna fall off, isn't she? Lafafel. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. Lalafels do kind of play the roles of, like, the gnomes from World of Warcraft, so they're tricky little bastards. They probably get in a good hearty laugh when possible. So this is to the west, then? I do think in the general sense, once we finish Dawntrail, I'll probably keep Final Fantasy on the roster, just not like every single day. I'll just have a day dedicated to Final Fantasy, so that way we can work on the Potato Project. Just because I'm falling behind on that, especially now that there's a new expansion to drag people through.
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
Yeah, that's definitely not a pirate whatsoever.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
Probably a good idea, buddy. We got other people to watch the pirates. You got some rest, and we'll take on the fighting. And the cutscene actually looks normal playing as Lalafell, especially if Kryl's going to be important.
What seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know.
Yeah. What's he looking at? The railing? Pretty much, yeah. We're looking at the cracks through the railing, just that way we can see ahead.
I've made this trip before, several times in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession.
Yeah, that guy doesn't look important at all.
Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own.
I mean, you're not wrong, Kryle. Sure, we can. May as well.
Did you look out across these same waters, grandfather?
Also, it'll be good to know of how they actually include her grandfather. Every Final Fantasy story, it's Kryle and her grandfather. Her grandfather is usually dead whenever she starts her adventure. And Kryle has been on adventures for a while now, so it's not impossible. Hmm? Oh, this is my first time visiting. God, how do you even say that? Argentine? I'm working at Eshitame's Aesthetics in Ul'dah, you see, but my employment with them came to an end. Oh, you got fired. Did he really just... He lost his job, is trying to find new work, and is trying to travel west across the ocean to become a better hairstylist. Okay. So yes, he is going to be important. Just not in the way I was thinking. Unless he's lying through his teeth, in which case that's entirely possible. Because the Warrior of Light has, like, no aptitude for detecting people's lies. Do you remember that social more of yours are not necessarily the same as those over yonder? It is not uncommon for various races to be referred to instead of by name or by certain clans. So then Makot, the Itzaro, the Hrothgar, the Exprai. Not because every member of the given clan is the same race, mind, but because many individuals with said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. Okay. So we're probably not going to be called dwarves like it was during Shadowbringers, but we'll have a specific name tied to Lalafell that we'll probably have to keep an eye out for. You want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next in the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants of the right of succession, your young Wukla Mat being one of them, of course. But from what a Marmul Jab bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. Okay. We get that the tomboy is being a bit of an underdog in this situation, but not 100% certain how bad it'll be. Okay. Guess he's trying to follow in his ancestors' rights. Nothing wrong with that. Had enough playing the Simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Orosians coming to Tural, it's basically impractical. Cool. I'm glad, because they've always talked in weird, simple English for the longest time, and it's been annoying as hell. If they've actively been faking it this entire time, that's funny, but definitely a concern. Anyways, Kryle, I have talked with the requisite people. We have an interesting gaggle of friends aboard. Should have Wuklamak and Aaronville teach us the ones we should know. Getting a little chilly up here on the deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. I mean, we're already in the cabin, but it's chillier in here, Kryle. You're not going to like that very much. Oh, goody. Ugh. Wouldn't be a proper adventure without a little bit of a storm. So, who's seasick?
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
Of course, Wukla Mach is the seasick one. Okay.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I'm guessing we don't have any ginger ale with us.
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick.
Sure you don't.
I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
isn't that what seasickness is?
Just let her whine, Alice say. She's a princess.
Erenville, you were born in Tyrol, yes? Do many of you ever live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
Shaktural?
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name.
Of course the father bailed.
As for my mother,
Oh. Okay. So they're gonna have us think about her, his family.
Oh dear.
Well, of course. Wouldn't be an adventure across the ocean without a little bit of a shipwreck.
We can.
Just please don't tell me they're gonna shipwreck us and then just disable our ability to port back to the mainland.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since.
Well,
The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself.
oh. I mean, clearly we're gonna have the most stability, right? We're the closest to the ground.
Our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning.
Are we gonna make it in time, though? Oh, okay. Convenient that it only starts striking us.
Must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease.
And I guess the story is just being told from Erenvale's perspective, so...
Voklamat, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
Putting a flattering picture up for luck already, aren't we? I'm sure she'll get her grandstand by the end of the expansion.
By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural.
I'm sorry, I'm just a potato. I can't stand for this.
In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
It'll be messy. There's 100 quests currently in the expansion. I'd expect nothing less. And we're just sitting in here while they're cleaning. Are we still asleep, or... They really just left us to sleep here on the floor. Guys, come on. I'm like the savior of the lands. Could you not at least put me in a chair? I'm also realizing the shots are giving them chances to show off the new lighting engines, so I'm not going to fault them on that. It's good to flex when you can. Well, the lighting and the shader engine. They did a decent job with it. The little squeaks I make while I walk.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air?
I apparently slept till noon, so
Seems my belly has settled a
seems
little with the
normal.
weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground.
Okay. I hope so. You've got some fighting to do.
Can't be much farther now, can it?
Oh. Blue-footed boobies. Why blue-footed boobies instead of just
Land must be near.
seagulls,
You need
though?
to hold out a while longer.
Are the boobies actually seafaring birds?
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed.
Oh, it is
also
a marine
that
bird.
we
Okay.
needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts.
Oh.
Come.
How do you maintain the ship, then? Do you have ways of regularly getting it up on shore, just so that way people can actually fix the keel if that ever pops up?
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway.
Thank you, swafty sailor.
If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Oh, you've heard the rumors, pirates. You should be fine.
Better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
Come on, girl. You're gonna become a fine queen of the kingdom. You're gonna have to get over your
Relax,
seasickness.
If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
We're definitely a normal part of this. They must have had fun putting those corals together, though. I'm not sure if they would have generated it or not, but it's good placement.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Us standing valiantly at the head of the boat
Enjoying yourself?
on the step stool. I hope that's a Lalafell thing.
There, look at my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
Although I'm pretty sure I am just staring at the bow. I don't think my eyesight actually goes above it.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
Yeah, no, my eyes don't even go over top of that. I must do some leaning then. And just like the starting screen, they like to flashbang you on Dawntrail. So get ready, fuckers. I'm expecting a lot of white screens. Was not expecting jazz, though. That's gonna be your main town theme. Okay. I mean, I dig it. I'm just not sure if I dig it for the main town. Although it does give Alberta vibes from Ragnarok Online. So maybe they are just using jazz as a coastal theme. Not the worst trend to go with. interesting looking castle. It's like if Mesoamerica actually developed into the New Age.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between.
Well, with as dangerous as the oceans
As
are.
we don't build seafaring ships. Only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Well, yes, your children. Children are kind of rare.
Undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
Yeah, admittedly, being a Lalafell in these lands may be a little bit funky.
Who you're traveling with?
But we'll see. We haven't really seen any active Lalafells in the town yet, so I guess we'll see. Ooh, that is an unfortunate mustache.
Outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawn servant.
Yes,
You
we...
not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course. Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
Seafaring legs missing. She does at least have a good bit of charisma on her. Or at the very least, she's earned the respect of their citizens by their position.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part?
A little. You just look like an adventurer.
First things first.
First things first, runs away.
I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
Tulihyolal. I don't know if that's from a specific tongue. That's going to be hard to actually remember to say. You like their aetheryte, though. Of course, there's someone here named Troy Baker. Despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. Yes, we are. You have arrived in Tulial. You can return to the city at any time by speaking with the swarthy sailor in Scholar's Harbor in Old Charlian. Good to know. The nation of Tulial. And immediately giving us an eye level 645 weapon? It'll be weaker than what I have, but I suppose that's fine. Maybe the design will be unique. First things first. First things first, I need some gravel. Poor girl is not going to make it if she has to do foreign dignitary stuff. And yeah, probably should actually explore the city first. Girl, look, just go sit down. Seasickness is going to be a problem either way. Followers. Book them all is just seasick. Not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick. No, sir. Group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. Yeah. Things have a tendency to command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to find. I guess I just turned my auto speed down, so I'm actually reading this. Dude. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. Bye-bye. Booklamal is technically royalty. Like it or not, a person of her station, surrounded by many outsiders, is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean, technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups just to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me. Yeah. Aaronville seems like a very studious and to-the-point kind of a rabbit, which is not inherently bad. Voyage is hard on us all, so to take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that? Yeah, that should be fine. Enjoy your wandering. As we shall. Just 2 Lalafellows with 2 new job classes looking to see the world. Even if I am dressed in the emo purple garb. But cool. Basic city adventuring. Nothing wrong with that. We can see how they've actually stationed it. But that also means that these guys are probably going to be following us, aren't they? Dude. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Which is fair. Corals can absolutely fuck up a boat. Their wares are unloaded here and carried off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Yeah, I don't care about the extra comments on stuff as much. But let's see what this place is like, shall we? It's a shame I'm not on Reaper anymore. I don't have my teleport anymore. But I'll ignore that for now, just because I want to tap on the Aetheryte real quick, just in case. I'll save my roulettes for if I need them. I'm hoping I don't need them. But I may do them after stream, just so that way I can keep my level intact. Because unfortunately, the EXP you get just from doing the quest isn't always enough to actually keep you on top of everything if you're not careful. As I do expect you to do a little bit of side work. Oh, right, this is a city. I need to grab those too. Does look like there's a good amount of people here, though. Being right in the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want will most likely have. Mention here, we buy things with Hell. They have a unique currency. Don't worry, more and more trades coming to Orzia, so most shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also a word I'm not sure I want to attempt to butcher. What the fuck is that? Washu Maki? Or Washu Maki? Another market to the east of here, but I can still wait another time. I have other places to show you first. Okay. Well, I'm gonna at least grab the... Oh boy, this is a big town. Okay. Dude. Well, even though they're with me, they're not stopping me from grabbing all these, so why don't I just get these out of the way? So we at least take a good look at the town. Because it seems like people are getting good use out of everything already. And at least with a coastal city like this, the RPers on Crystal are going to be pretty excited to actually work here. Although doing it in the main town might get a little bit tricky, so they might do it in FC chat or link shells. Either way, that's fine. Do like the look, though. Like I mentioned before, I am seeing a lot of Mesoamericas in here. Which is a good follow-up, considering we were functionally in Little India earlier. Oop. Oh. Whoops. That's not actually a place to go up, that's just someone's house. Might be better to just go to the Aetheryte Plaza. Then we can hit there. Dude. May as well just tag the quest while we're here. So what would you like to mention? What do you think of that? Aetheryte? You have Aetherites? Yes, they do have Aetherites. My brother spent 3 years studying in Charlene. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought back to us the knowledge of Aetherite construction. Papa warned to the idea at once, had one built immediately, of course. It looks good. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope into the side. Right at the top of the gate, which leads to Zaktaral. Make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters of the Landsguard. Well, I'm going to ignore you and go west. At least I'd wager I can go west. I'm actually going to have to go all the way around first, aren't I? Okay. Geek City. Oot. May as well check out the Wachu. Which looks like a pretty thriving restaurant. Although this might be where a lot of the crafters are gathered. Yeah, if we have people synthesizing leather. Although I guess this is also where the summoning bell is, so there's probably going to be people here regardless. That's fine, though. It'll be good to know where everyone's actually situated, just that way you can avoid crowds and any of the problem clicking points. Oot. Actually... Good, they do follow you through that. Oh! They changed the teleport on Ninja. Used to have stacks of that before. That's a bit of a problem. Have a lot of narrow winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. True. Trudging up and down all these slopes is exhausting. I understand now where Look gets her endless endurance. Yeah, that's fair. Wants us to go all the way up there. I'll probably just take the lesson. Come on, Kral, keep up. Gotta get those Pictomancer legs ready for running around this entire continent. Had you sitting in old Charlian for a while now, so you're gonna get some adventure in ya. So God help me. Still mildly surprised they chose jazz for this, though. I'm sure people are getting a kick out of it. Doot. Soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending place and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warriors, and so naturally, Papa has commanded them since the beginning. Fair. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoral Jha took over as commander. Okay, so your first brother is apparently a strong boy. Discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alice should be around here too. Time I showed you the Sky Gate. Sorry, Sky Gate? Is this a place where you launch land ships from? Or just a gate to the outer territory, because that's also a possibility. One of these things is not like the other. That do be a pretty big door. On the other side is an equally massive bridge to Macht. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yokhoi. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yoktural, the southern land and the mother, and Zaktural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Okay. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long ago the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other into the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. Oh boy, someone's gonna wreck that bridge, aren't they? A familiar sounding tale. I put in mind a conflict between Hylian and Zodiark. But getting back to Zaktural, those lands are also part of the Toriel nation, correct? Kuliotal. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. Sure. Could have stopped the myriad conflicts so we finally had peace. Okay. So your father's good at his job. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built? Are your brothers just warfaring titans? Are they going to cause problems? Crossing the whole bridge requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue new permits until the Rite of Succession is over. Huh. So we can't go to the Northlands until a certain cutscene happens. I suppose that's fair. I've never broken my word. Once the throne is mine, the travel permit's yours. That's an equal trade, right? Get someone to succeed the throne and we get a green card. What's up, Kyle? Must have covered half the city by now. Leilal is unlike any other place I visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. As you should. We'll head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. Okay. There's nothing wrong with having dirigibles. We get behind. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. Yeah, I'm good. Look. Let's go see your dirigibles. I'm sure nothing bad will happen with them. Let's see. You want us to stop on the main crossing point anyways? That's alright. Also, I doubt any Final Fantasy nerds will question me on it. I just prefer to put the EXP bar there because only like a third of it needs to be readable. So I just prefer shoving the entire thing off to the side in a place where I only need to check occasionally anyways. And just keep my screen relatively open. Still struggling and see how one can construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. I mean, it's not impossible, Kryle. There's good fiction on why people can actually do that. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in the city. Climb these sets of stairs here all the way up. Oh, it wants us to go to the Aetheryte anyways. Okay. This is your biggest residential area, you say? I wonder if we'll go through another Ishgardian restoration kind of situation and be able to actually restore that for player housing. So it wouldn't be the worst spot to put it here. Although, yeah, people would probably go for this style of housing. I'm not sure what culture it exactly fits, but it looks fun. Also, Jesus, it's been an hour and a half already. Reading the story is probably going to be taking us significantly longer in order to get this done. This is Resplendent Quarter. What a manner of people live here. They have residents from all of the Ictoral clans, Mamoja, Rat, Pelu, Pelu, Mob. Is that just Moblin? That is just Moblin. Moblin is like the most normal name in this list. We also have the Tonawauta, Quetzaro, Shetona, who moved south from the ancestral lands of Shaktural. In essence, it's gathering people from every corner of Tyrol. A true representation of the city's diverse character. That it is. Glad you think so? Come on, we'll continue down the stairs. We're good there? Yeah. Just need to go to the dirigible landing. Oh wait, stairs. She really made us climb up the entire set of stairs just to go down the entire set of stairs right afterwards. Girl, that's rude. Oh, it's a Choco Porter. Really? Here? Oh, sorry, Alpaca Porter. Hi there. Need to add your name to our register. It'll make things smoother the next time you need a ride. Cool. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with alpacas being the ride of choice. Alpacas are fluffy. They're versatile creatures. Considering they can work as a mount. And for fluff. Here are the dirigibles. Not bad. Not bad at all. Paranatrons use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in here. They have them for the exact same reasons the Aetherites. Konoha brought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought they were fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. That is fair. Dirigibles are helpful. Dirigibles are just concerning. Because, like, I've got a polar bear I can fly on. I don't need to worry about the dirigibles just catching fire and falling to the ground. There's a lot of blood on your hands in that case. There we go. Alright. I'm assuming this stop here, and then we'll probably go to there. It's not a bad city. Not super developed like old Charlian is, but it's not inherently a bad thing. Oop. Alright, look what you got. The Arch of the Dawn. When the Giants were here, it was known as the Yogtra Landgate, but when Papa founded the Tulial, everyone began using the present name in honor of his great achievement. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. The gate is the Cosmo, the wetland south of the city. Depending on what right of succession asked of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kazama Uka. It does hold a good bit of power. Oh, Kryle's never seen an alpaca. Give Kryle an alpaca. She needs transport. Alpacas, fearsome four-legged fiends. I don't know if fearsome is necessarily the strongest word for alpaca, but... But sure, we're smaller than the alpaca's neck, so that's bound to happen. I am extremely curious how all the Pictomancer weapons look. Considering they are technically a two-handed weapon class, but the second hand just holds their easel. So how customizable are those easels? All these statues? There's the chest piece. It may look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty fighter registrations. That's a good sign when you're getting one of those early. I mean, they're nice statues. Oh, they do depict actual history. They've got all the drawings on the centerpiece. The consistency of the top halves had me fooled for a second. Those are indeed glyphs. They seem to tell series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamulja. Well, it's the exploits of my father and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tulial Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. Not a bad idea. No better way to learn how the city came by. Study them as long as you like. Well, I mean, Kryle is the information specialist, so... Oh. This is different. The 4 stones closest to us cover the first half of the Papa's travels. Let's start with those. Okay. Which one, though? I guess let's just start with the layup, the Brotherhood. That should be fine. Fix a scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer, Ket something. I can never remember the name. Of course. You mean Eten Ramin? The arrival in Tyrol prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. Fair. It said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorers in the last years. Records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but it's assumed he was lost at sea. Oh, don't assume. You gotta guarantee there's a dead body, or else you can't just say he's gone. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of Papa visited the Hanuhanu village in the Kozama Lake. The people often almost mistook for Vanu. If not for the colorful plumage, he spent a fair bit of time among the Varu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with you Vanu, but our Hanu are bright and cheerful, so they hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun. I mean, nothing wrong with a bunch of party birds holding a Mardi Gras. What is repast? This one recounts the lay of her past. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the cats like me. Whoops. The actions Papa took to end the conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of the city. There's a clan of Hrothgar and Boja known as the Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens, and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tyrell, all men and women appear to be on equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. And then the Lay of Pots. Let's see, this one's Lay of Pots, which depicts the Moblins of Kozamaluka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold, silverwork, and they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Okay. Clearly the Vanu weren't the only people with distant Tyrell counterparts. Yeah, we've seen the Moblins before. Done with the first half, let's move on to the second. Yeah, it's fine. So we got the Lay of Gold, the Lay of Ice, the Blank Pillar, and the Lay of Proof. Let's just get the Blank Pillar out of the way. I guess I just haven't gotten to this yet. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of the history, whatever that might be. Yeah, that's fair. Also, it would kind of suck to only have 7 of these pillars up. The big fellow of the Yokhoi, the largest of Tyrell's people. These giants want to use their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yoktorel. Having brought the southern reaches to the heel, they turn northward, setting their sights on Zakturel. You recall the massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Yeah. So far. Yeah. I ate today too. Why am I tired? What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Tyrelli history? Oh, probably a lot. See the land of gold. Pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu whose homeland is in Urquacha. Having created a currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee the markets, and the traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tyrell. Okay. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Okay. I'm sure those don't Larlafell in disguise. Oh, this one's my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tyrell Vidral. Oh, hey, we've killed one of those already. Oh, they're yokai then. Lived beyond their natural lifespan and awakened to powers. That's just what a yokai is. "80 years ago or so, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed it away." I mean, we've killed one. I doubt it's the one you sealed. At least I hope not. How'd you feel of history? Yes, thank you. Seems you have a fairly rich history that is explainable in 7 paragraphs. Let's go have ourselves a bite of a local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I mean, I'm down for food. I'm a hungry little potato. Not sure if we're the potato peeler just yet, but we could do with some noms. Order to 8. This is not a busy restaurant. Have you ever had tacos? That is a good way to start a sentence. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I liked how they're made here at the FFXIV Pies best. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place and order an old Brook Eview. Okay. Fuck it, we're having Mesoamerican tacos. I'm perfectly okay with that. Hello. Tacos, please. Oh, it's this guy with the sunburn.
Look, Evo! My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Okay, so she's got her taco dealer. This is probably a good person to have in Oval Office.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster.
Oh?
More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
That's not a good thing to overhear. Yeah, it's a strange thing to talk about in public.
Keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
Admittedly, yes.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
That is true. People should admittedly question that, because a city of gold is going to be a problem for an economy.
A formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Okay.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
You know, I'm a fan of soft tacos myself, but I'm not sure if they're going to sell those here. Oh. Well, that was rude. That was doubly rude.
Oh.
Hello there. You appear to have 2 heads.
If it isn't the third promise.
I'm sure this is fine.
Oh. No.
This be one of her brothers. He's significantly taller than all of us.
Know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
Bakul Jaja. Okay.
The third promise remembers us.
Bakul Jaja the Mighty. That is an odd combo of names.
Brother.
Are they both just named Bakul Jaja? Or is one Bakul and one Jaja?
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family.
Oh?
Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Which is right most of the time.
Here and now. See if your strength is equal to
No
ours.
fighting in town. The NPCs are going to attack. Don't worry, there's two people who come up to your shins.
On the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
Beware, the children are here. This is very unfortunate with how tall he is.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Oh, yeah, that's not going to help very much, is it?
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Lalafels are not weak. I am the warrior of light. We can kick your ass and cut your nuts off. He is really big, though.
A two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Admittedly, yeah. They made him bigger,
Some
too.
gained their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft.
Which is fair.
Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common.
I mean, yeah. You're not gonna
The
find
Mamulja
conjoined
people
twins, that's
largely belong
clean.
to one of three clans: the Hubigo,
Okay.
the Bunewa,
Okay.
and the Dopro.
Okay.
Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Hey, the Kashka. Welcome in.
Six siblings indeed.
Hopefully the evening's treating you well. And welcome to Dawnguard.
Forget them.
We're still in
My
the very
mortal
early
race,
part of
I
this.
can think of nothing
So,
better to rid me of this bad
spoiler
taste in my
warning,
mouth.
but we're just getting tacos. Oh, hold on, my microphone's going off.
The city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest.
A good thing,
As
yeah.
such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
I'd assume you're going to sleep soon, then.
The palace it
2
is.
a.m. is not exactly the
I'll let
comfiest place to be.
Woodlamarch know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
Sorry,
So it
Wuklamat.
goes.
No tacos for now, Wuklamat. We'll come back for those. That better be a consumable item, though. Oh, you're not just gonna auto-port me there. Very enjoyed Alphano and others at the palace. Enjoy the Lurkashka. So, gotta go to the upper palace now. Not inherently a bad thing. Let's see. I probably should have sold off a bit more stuff. I'll just put all this stuff in here for now. I had a lot of equipment because I was trying to multi-job Judah up and get a little bit of omni-leveling going. But that's not the easiest thing to really get away with, unfortunately. Oh, whoops. Wrong race platform. That's fine. Let's see. Gotta keep the Lalafell outfit. Put all the outdoor housing in inventory. Because God forbid we're actually going to be dealing with that. Gotta go up the stairs a bit more. Vested Emissary's attire. Oh. Did I really not open that? Yeah, that's just glam clothing. What is that even of? Oh, the Valentine outfit. I really didn't claim that on him? That actually makes for a decent suit color if we can change this. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit better. Okay. Yeah, we could make that into a casual glamour piece. I believe this also gives you a hat of some kind. Yeah, the bowler hat. Which doesn't look super great on Jude just because I've got the ponytail that needs to be in full view. But I'll make that work on one of the Lalafells. I have to clean up gloves, apparently. Oh well. I'll see about doing some inventory cleanup and my roulettes after stream. I kind of want to go get a raid snack anyways. Also, that's a good lighting effect. I don't recall if we've actually had tile lighting that clean. They're definitely getting the good use out of their lighting engine now, so I'm not going to fault that too much. Still hungry enough to get the whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Upon speaking to Aaronville several cutscenes, we're getting one of these already. Okay. Doesn't mention a duty, though, so it's just straight cutscenes. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in a short time. Good idea. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it difficult, and invariably something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down the alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly cats. Ugh, that's normal. I understand all too well. Charlene had the same effect on me. Fair enough. Right, then. Now it's the time we saw inside the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what he might be in for. Well, nothing wrong with that. Papa Dearest is going to care about who her daughter, or who his daughter's hanging out with, so... Oops. Oh, gonna snooze that ad for a quick second. Is that a Stinian? He's here already? And he's fighting the current emperor? Of course a Stinian is here for a fucking dick measuring contest. Hey, buddy.
Estinian? When did he get here?
He came here before us. Him and Thancred have a separate job.
Oh, you know this man?
Yes.
Whenever my
Estinian is
father
friend-shaped.
finds a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
Well, Estinian will provide that.
One Estinian is crossing blades with.
Is the current ruler of the nation. He's not carrying himself too badly. We're just like, fuck yeah. Oh, he noticed us.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter.
Hi there, Estinian. You feel like telling us why you came here?
That you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
Oh, don't worry. Estinian's got a real powerful soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there.
Yes, indeed. I am a little stronger than the elf, somehow. I'm like the size of his toenail.
I see you, warrior.
I'm afraid to ask if you have to spar with him at some point, because I'm imagining a black mage trying to do that. There's so many AoEs that I don't know how the black mage rotation even works this far in.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
To be fair, it's not a bad idea.
About. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand.
He's a two-headed warrior. He's going to be thinking with both heads.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat.
And the sleeping one?
But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
So he's a red mage.
I want to hear of your adventures.
I mean, a two-headed red mage is not a bad thing. Lemity is probably short for daughter.
It's what my family calls me.
I hope that's a term of endearment. Your so-called brother hates you with a dying passion. I hope your father doesn't too. And he immediately goes to Erenville? Really?
When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solana.
Ha!
Erenville now, don't servant.
He's got a secret history that he won't tell us about.
I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies.
That is true, sir.
Ha! Old tempered steel. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal. The hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Alright. Sounds good. Thank you, Resolve. I mean, you can join us if you want, Astidian. We're not gonna fault you. I'm sure we'll see him again at some point. Both Astidian and Thancred are here. We're not going to avoid the Dilfs just by a matter of royal precedence. So here's our two-headed asshole of a brother. Oh. Hello there, Solace. Thank you for shoving yourself in the freezer for 39 months. Enjoy your emotes and welcome to Final Fantasy. We have arrived in what is essentially Morocco? Or Mexico? Or Southern America. It seems like a mix of all of them. Oh. Kona seems like a complete nerd. Okay, what is his deal?
The third promise. Uklamat.
By the way, it's Potato Land. I mean, any land I go to is Potato Land. It's actually Taco Land, surprisingly enough. The first food item we were offered were to find tacos. I was expecting some randomly named thing, but no, it's just straight up tacos. Straight up hard-shell tacos.
You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Serpent.
Oh, he's a gun. He's a machinist.
I am the
Okay.
man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position.
I'm wondering if he will die at some point.
But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliola is young. And so I look to the always for inspiration.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right of succession. The means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliola I built is a name of many peoples.
That's why he's pissed then. He thought he was going to have the right of way immediately, but no.
Or be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well.
Okay, yeah. He's the chief is going to die at some point during this plot.
The opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
He's an asshole.
You have us to compete against.
You're going to cheat your way through everything, aren't you?
Though it seems the one-head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Don't get too cocky now here, buddy.
Our brother was in Shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense will know he was too busy for games.
Thank you, Koan. I'm sure he's going to be a good person at least.
Now
We've never had a game where a nerd has been going to double-cross us.
of the contest itself.
Alrighty, so what we got?
Triumphing the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Tural
Okay.
and find the City of Gold.
Wait. You want us to find El Dorado for the succession tournament? Are you fucking kidding me? That is a land hide in mystery and no one has fucking found it. We don't even know if it's real at this point. You actually want us to find that thing?
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
Are you for us proof, my unbroken word? For I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
Okay.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyobo. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City.
I mean, at least we have kind of guarantee that it's existent.
But in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place.
Okay.
Bring them.
I mean, that's a good twist. If El Dorado just directly exists and we're not going to be surprised by finding it. Although I hope whatever dungeon's tied to us gives us just pure golden armor. Or golden weapons. So, we got 4 parties. What are they bringing? Wait, those are the history pieces to his journey, aren't they? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay. I hope it's not a case of mistaken identity, or this is a trap. I don't know. Admittedly, abdicating his throne because half of his brain is dying is kind of a good idea.
Trace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you.
Now, logistical question.
Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden
Looking at
City
history, people have
scales.
kept the throne with all of their brains gone. True.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
In this case, though...
Exciting, isn't it?
Although, fuck, that raises a point now. Because we've already guaranteed that the 2-headed brother is a complete dick.
So love your contests, Papa.
And if they've written a story where the head of wisdom is storing its magical power and is always sleeping,
A few years younger,
considering he's got 4 eyes on the friggin' mask,
challenge.
what if he's just hiding for now?
You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both. But I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
They've given us a hint with this guy being a complete dickhead.
Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
Although, I'm fine with being wrong on that quest.
Session begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest.
Although, logistical question for this. If there's going to be testers set along this path,
Remember to collect your tablets before you leave.
who is at the City of Gold? How are they getting food? How are they staying alive? This is like a severe security issue, if only because of the fact of, like, he's going to be, or they rather, are going to be a part of security that needs to keep that place hidden.
Jeez, allies. Speak freely.
They eat the gold. I don't know, they might be dwarves. You never know.
Cryo Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Valdesian.
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my order some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible.
A place that's so reclusive probably has some system can be hidden.
Even
Probably,
so, we
yeah.
managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City. Addressed to my grandfather, Galuf.
Good. He is actually still named Galuf in this.
Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here.
I mean, I'll mention it again. I'm glad she's actually a part of the main plot this time.
I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time.
Unfortunately, it would interrupt the succession war.
With finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request, would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession.
Which, yeah.
But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
It's not a no.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
She still needs her full coat, though. I get that she had to cut her coat for the Pictomancer stuff, but, like, you can still have the full coat as a Pictomancer girl.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman.
Oh.
You should be proud, Galuf.
Galuf was actually part of his party? I guess it makes sense. In every instance, Trial's grandfather has at least been a powerful sorcerer of some kind. So it's not like he's impervious to adventure and whims of when... or... oh god, I don't remember the phrasing.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this?
Dude, we just fought God. I'm fine with a little bit of a tournament arc.
Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm.
Sir, this is a vacation. Don't worry about it.
Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil.
Oh, that's normal. Don't worry.
You are second-guessing your decision. Tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Don't worry, Aaron Bell. I'm here for the City of Gold, and I'm here for your secret at this rate.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend. And there's no telling what awaits us on the long road.
Thank you, Grahatia.
But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
The Final Fantasy devs saying, okay, I get you fought gods, just let us do a tourney arc, please, to save ourselves the effort. Also, yes, I do try and find the high-collared clothing for this character. There are not many outfits that give the high collar, I can promise you that.
As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Are you actually going to tell us about yourself, Aaron? Because you're holding the big secret that seemingly you worked in the palace before. Alright, well there's the first.
Ursamin. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
Dude.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry.
Interesting way to start.
Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please.
Serelja. Take heart, tiller of the soil.
The Resilion son, blood heir to the Dawn servant, has heard your pleas.
Okay. That's a good way to sort his entire shtick. That he's a good person.
Soralja, the first promise and commander of the landscape.
It's not a no.
Soralja, the palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
Okay.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
A little bit.
After a fashion, common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children.
Oh.
Yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
That could spell good news for him.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire.
Well, we haven't seen word of that yet, so...
First promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists.
Okay. He's gonna try and pull a Christopher Columbus.
To Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Wait, really? He seems like the more bearable one. Why not the two-headed dick? That should be one we want to avoid.
Kryle, are you alright?
Yeah, what's up, Kryle?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions.
Ooh, that's not good.
And unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire.
So, like your trip to work, Solace?
It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
And here's the second promise. A cat boy who went to Old Charlene and realized that he can get a gun.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier.
So, yeah.
The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. We're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support.
What is the equivalent to that?
Sure to win the contest.
But yeah, he basically went to the elf town, saw all of their equipment, went yes.
The session is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant.
So he sticks out a lot. Although, decent outfit. Although, mint is a bold choice.
As always. That's our corner. Practical to a fault.
So yeah, that seems fine.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studio.
I like the color, but he sticks out like I did when I went to Korea. Yeah. There's a lot of, like, bold colors here. Everyone wore black, and I just had a blue and orange Knicks jacket. Oof. God, yeah, you're just asking to be robbed at that point. I guess good to know for the future. Especially if I ever go there, because my outfits will actually be fine, because I wear a lot of neutral colors.
in furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Sharlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation.
I mean, he doesn't seem like a bad person to inherit the throne.
As he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
Yeah, he seems like a good brother. Just he seems like he's more worried about playing with his train set than actually worrying about everyone's problems. And then the dick, who is getting cheers, oddly.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants.
Who is just here because he's a two-headed. Okay, so there's pretty clear opposition to him. Is he gonna murder someone right away?
Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant.
You're quite different from the Dawn servant, but cool.
That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyola.
Known this guy for 5 minutes and I already want to punch him.
I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with the main current leader being the head of resolution and the head of wisdom, we have the mystic and the resolved.
The Mamulja finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
Yeah, he's gonna start war as well. So we have to be careful of both of them.
Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
Yeah, because they don't want any change. One of them wants to expand the land.
The throne should he win it.
Oh, he'll fucking kill everyone possible.
And so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself.
Yeah, that sounds accurate.
But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
So a dictatorship. So we've got capitalist expansion, capitalist innovation, dictatorship, and Sweden, I believe, is our current party. And everyone leaves by the time she comes out. That's a good sign. As the fourth promise. She's got fans. Hello.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, third promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
That is what she's aiming for.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
Also, her intention.
My word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
No one wants peace. Everyone wants war.
80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
So she's got the veteran vote.
Apologies. It's hard to get away.
That's honestly not a bad thing to have the veteran vote.
Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life.
She is old.
I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
Fair. I do like the outfit, though.
I place our precious third promise into your care.
I can't imagine it dying very well, though. There's a lot of auxiliary colors to their outfits.
Was taking part in the rite of succession?
People are going to try spreading rumors.
I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Oh, that's the plan, sir.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
We are on a bit of an upwards hill with
It's
this.
fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
I'd like to hope you do.
Woklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling.
She is strong.
Your brothers may excel in their respective ways.
He also has protagonist energy, mind you.
Qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Good enough.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
God, it would suck if she dies and we have to go tell Granny that the kitty kind of perished in battle. People are shouting, that's fine. Okay, so we've got pretty clear candidates. We've got the guy who just wants to expand the landmass by conquering other territories. Traditional war story. We've got a man who's bent on science and wants to provide innovation to Morocco in terms of actually expanding their technological prowess. We've got an asshole, and then we've got the girl who's just trying to keep the peace that her father has actually produced. Not a bad combo. Papa's not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuya saga. Might I suggest we first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We should check for any discrepancies between them. Yeah, we may as well play spot the difference. The Studium? Oh, right, there's a proper glossary now. Bop. Jumping does 51,000. Fall damage being a percentage of your health is always interesting. Can I? I can. Well then. There's a prime spot for taking pictures. Actually, that one probably is more so, isn't it? Come on. Really? Come on, let me up there. Oh no! I've fallen past the point you're allowed to climb. Ah, fuck, you can't bypass it with Ninja's Jump. Okay, fine. In most cities, you can't actually get on your mount in the first place, Solace. It's part of the reason why some things tend to be a little bit more exclusive for jumping puzzles and such. I'm heading there. I may as well just go through the Aetheroid. Also that glow effect. Dude. Oh, I'm just about to hit 91, actually. I guess with all the MSQ scenarios giving you 1,000,000 XP per quest finish, that's not inherently a bad thing. No. Let's not have my Discord going wild again. Alrighty, spot the differences puzzles. People can do these, right? I think a robot's gonna have a bit of a harder time, mind you. Okay. Thank you, Alpha now. Convenient that we have 7, or 6 people, rather. Which one do I get to look at? And what do you got, buddy? Oh, we don't actually get to play Spot the Difference. Okay. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones ought to be fitted. So now we've established that the scenes are the same. Where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said we should retrace the path he was walking in uniting his people, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is laid out in the Guliel Saga. That we do. We went over this already. The events the cliffs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we should go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. That's a good question, because you mentioned we'd have to travel north. The Lay of the Reeds was in the nearby Hanu Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season, and the whole village was alive with good cheer. Okay. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelu Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Split the party. We should ask around about the road ahead. Fair. They may split the party. They're no strangers to it. Although when copying the list into my tracker, it doesn't seem like it's split. But Erenville's pretty smart. It is honestly a good thing to search up, considering they're probably using gravel roads here. Information we need. Let's leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. She has an option for this? Girl, what is your option? Is it to get tacos? Be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Okay. Thank you, Ehrenjäger. And it's by the coast. Eren, why are we going to the coast? Oh, also I'm unsure if this is a feature in other MMOs, but there is a dedicated button to hide all other player names, so that way you can just click on a quest. I'm assuming it's a button option, but it's going to be more prominent now that we're in an expansion again. I'll go track down the third promise. Once you finish organizing your gear, you can meet us outside. FFXIV. Greetings, visitors, and welcome to... I thought that just said Ford. Whenever you're ready, I'll show you to your rooms. Okay. There doesn't appear to be a building here, so I'm assuming they're going to be these waterfront properties. Would be expensive as hell. Oh, wait, fuck. Really have to go all the way over here, huh? Also, do expect some lag while we're doing the expansion. There's going to be a shit ton of people in this city right now, and I'm not sure if the connections will hold super well. You playing blood magic and you are a reaper. Okay, that's fair. I was about to say blood magic and warrior isn't exactly a common combo. Wait your companions and embark on the rite of succession? Sure. I'm sure there won't be any problems here whatsoever. Hello, companions. Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Jude. Well, yeah, I have my gear in check. I've been playing this game for years now. We're at Aaronville and Wooklamat. Wooklamat's probably getting tacos. Oh. Nope, she was getting twins. And who might your companions be? Hello. The Vanu Vanu and one of the bird friends. To hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. Okay. So, they didn't use Lalafell for it, but they used the child humans for it instead. Because that is the child model for the Hyur. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. But I'm assuming they're going along the lines of like Kappa for them, so we should see some business-focused ducks. I brought these for the two of you. Oh, did he actually get walkie-talkies for them? The link pearls. Yeah, the walkie-talkies. I mean, I'm glad they're using the link's pearls as part of the story. At least more, so. Link pearls are a function in the game as well. Link pearls are kind of like private chat rooms you can set up with groups of people. It's a fairly helpful tool in the game if you don't want to establish a guild or parties or anything like that. You can just have a subset of your friends to chat with. Oi. Be a helpful thing if I actually had a bigger community in this. The Tulios saga features a number of Toral's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative from each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearances in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okhanu, is located in Kozama Uka. The other smaller fellow is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urkopacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wakunpelo. Now, as for deciding which village it's a village... What visit to village? What village to visit? Why don't you put that adventurer's instinct gears to work for us, Jude? Pick our destination. Upon completing this quest, the main scenario will brand... Oh. Okay. Accepting the quest from the helpful Hana will temporarily prevent you from accepting the quest from the approachable Pelu, sure. The second quest path will become available from the representative NPC once you've completed the series of quests from the first. Furthermore, story elements and quest rewards will not be affected by your initial choice of path. Speak with the NPC you prefer and embark on that trail for the rite of succession. Okay. Do we want to go with the colorful chicken or the business duck? We've technically seen this model before. I'm kind of curious to see what the business ducks do. What does he like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urkopacha, we depart from the Arc of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to approach. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart when it comes to rugged terrain. We are the most dependable solution available. Please tell me he's just got a hoverboat. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, friend Hanu. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink to your fill at the Thai. It's all to be arranged. Okay. So she promised them food in regards for their help. Okay, we're gonna help this one out. Okay, enjoy the buffet. We're gonna be gone for 3 weeks. Oh, the hunt quests. Probably good to unlock these now. You're familiar with the Eorzen hunts, yes? We have something very similar here in the city. And having heard much of your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you in our cause. If you're interested, speak with my associate, Boyogar, the Ixbral in the Master of the Hunt, and administers the bills on the square overlooking the port. Tell him the Wing of Protector recommends you. Yeah, that's good to get the hunts unlocked. They're good money and good experience. That's pretty close. Actually, I'll just go grab it. Thankfully, they put the hunting boards pretty damn close. There it is. What do we have here? We have a little potato ready for some murder. Well, may I present to you the board that varies for the amount of murder we allow you to do for the week. There isn't plot here, you're just unlocking the hunt board. Dawn hunts now accessible. The Dawn hunts also do nuts, or... You are now able to undertake beginner Dawn Hunt mark builds from the Dawn Hunt board in Toliel. Defeat the monsters described on the bills, and you're rewarded with tokens that can be exchanged for exclusive items. To exchange tokens, speak with Ryu Bulja in the city. New quests and intermediate Dawn hunts will become available at 94, so pretty standard. So what kind of gear and stuff do you sell? I guess we don't have gear just yet. Maybe at 94 we'll get gear. But a lot of 11 and 12 materia. I'm not sure what Blade's Exaltation is, but that might be a good thing to get. Ooh. Oh, wait, it does actually go off of... It does go off of nuts still. Really? They're actually linking Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and Dawntrail on the same hunt currency. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Let's see here. Yeah, 400k experience isn't that bad for one hunt. I could have used that before. Give me one quick second. I just want to write these down for later. So, the Mega Magui in Shaba Meki Urkopacha. Whoops. Fuck, I lost my chat. 1 second. I think I clicked on the gift. Oh. There are rewards available for playing 14, is there? And it ends on my birthday. Okay. Maybe I should get my other thing in here just so I can get that. Let's see. Vander Coral. The Gloss-fired Bank. Ozamabuka. The Jungle Iguana. Simple enough name. This place is going to be a bitch to actually write all the place names for, isn't it? Uyuyub. With an apostrophe at the end. Ozamaga. This is for a hammerhead crocodile, which sounds terrifying. And then one more. The woodsman, which is also here. Oh wait, no, this is a different place. Uyu Yapoga Ozamaga. Cool. Yeah, I'll grab those. If we pass those along the way, then we can just murder them, but for now at least. We'll run our tiny little potato body over to the west gate and see what we can do there. Also, I did get kind of a fun little update for stream. I know for MMOs you usually need some kind of a chat blocker, and the most recent, well, the past recent Arknights event gave us these handy little postcards that we needed to make at least once for something. So I can use mine to actually block that. So that's handy. Also, to any gacha players out there, for those of you who do play those games, make sure you're using your sanity, energy, apples. I don't remember what Reverse 1999's is, but it uses a similar system too. These animals can traverse the steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields. And all while carrying heavy loads, our merchants would be lost without them. Fair. They fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas? No, we don't have alpacas in Eorzea, but everyone will be riding them now. And yeah, Erinville has a point. There's no point in breeding another pack animal if you don't need to. But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. It's an alpaca, girl. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I was around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. Yeah, that's what you get for pulling on their hair. That is your own fault. Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. Girl, if they spat on you as a child because you were being a dick, I think you can get over your childhood trauma of being spat on. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I mean, yes, they're business-focused. The Pelu Valiadak is spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. I mean, yeah, that's normal. Here you go, a fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Thank you, little duckman. I do wonder if the ducks are going to be the quote-unquote beast trade for this expansion. Better not get spat on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. Yeah, I'm wondering if the Pelu will be a beast option, just because they seem like one you'll have specific gear for. Oh well, guess we'll see. Girl, it's fine, it's an alpaca. I wonder how hard it would be to actually model this model with the current potatoes outfit. That might take me a while. Wouldn't be impossible, though.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time.
Okay.
Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
Also, bad game design. Don't put white text with a faint black outline if your entire landscape is going to be some shade of white. There's a reason speech bubbles go around everyone's text, guys. You should know this.
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
You mentioned you were brought here.
The air is so crisp and clear.
It does feel like a good spot for a vacation, though.
Mountains everywhere you
Even if there are cactuses here, which, if these are the northern summits, or the western summits...
In particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
I'm assuming monsters. There's probably a dungeon there.
Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wook Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places.
Hello? Hello. You have very odd colored hair for your base filler color.
But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Talented hands.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpello.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Always good to get drunk and talk about farming.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
So wine?
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels.
Interesting that he's named, though. I guess that means we'll encounter him again? At some point?
Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say.
Yeah, dude, get your heart out.
Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
There we go. We have a named supporter now. That's a good sign. That means he'll either be very important to the story or someone will kill him in terms of making our lives harder.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas.
All of these children and alpacas just setting up shop.
Engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They do sound like the Kappa from Toho, at least.
Customers so easily charmed.
You are very easily charmed, girl. You get seasick. I'm pretty sure you're a light drunk, too.
Watranpello's down the path, off the main road. Don't get lost.
It's right there.
Although, they do a good job of designing the aetherites for here. They're very clean. Oh, they're just wild alpacas to start. Okay. What's the map name here again? Urkopacha. I guess this would be where we find some of our hunt targets as well, so I guess we need to keep an eye out for that. This is it. Watchapelo, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuklamot should have arrived before us. Is she drunk already? Oh no, she's just at the front. That's not good. Yeah, that's a good sign. You've come all this way from the right succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. That it is, my friend. Please, this outcome is far too decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from a specially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. Oh, they're swindlers. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for adoring people, yes. Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Okay, buddy. Going for the hard sell. Finest lady. Girl. This is why he's the supporting cast. He is here to set her straight because she's far too much of a protagonist and not just get swindled by the easiest of con men. Ah, Shalon from far off Zaktural, northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. And I'd imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment. Neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, my shop door is always open. I may have made a good decision coming here first. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. But they will disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wook Lamont fell prey to the affable approach time and time again. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Aaronville's words of caution to heart. It's like, we won't be dumb. Also push their wares on you like Office Depot workers trying to sell printer ink cartridges. Well, listen here, sonny boy. I've got right here a dedicated HP printer with some ink that'll only cost you $95 a month on subscription. Buy now and we can give you a 5% savings on that subscription for the first month. Allowing me to propose a strategy here. Kryl, LSA, and I will speak with the merchants. Wook Lamont, you and Aaronville might try to approach travelers and pass it by. Jude, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay to the third promise. Sure, that works. Aaronville seems like a good person to buddy up with. Also, yes, that is a mount. You get that from doing the Namazu quest, or the Namazu beast quests and all that. It's a good mount. There is also a gold variety that you can buy in the shop. Oh, he can fly here already. Okay. May as well talk with the alpaca while we're here. Oh, wait, I can get on my mount now. I don't have to walk around like a peasant. Where am I going to talk to people? Am I going in this house? Ah, there we go. The Dawn Servant Selector? Ah, I thought you were a new face in town, here for the right succession, I take it. Me, I don't much care for those who sit on the throne, so long as they keep Tyrol peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. Sorry, bro, I'm on the clock right now. Oh, right, yes, you are asking about the Electa business. Being but freshly returned from my trading out, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger... I'm sorry, you call your reigning captain of the Pelu Pelu your head ledger? Head ledger Tolby could probably tell you more about it. My accounting background is gonna come into play here, isn't it? I don't want to think about these terms again. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about it, the right succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zor Jah. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources, more customers, in the thousands column potentially. So many new trading opportunities spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to our way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. We're not here for the resilient sun, good friend. We're here for the cat. Very well, you said you want to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I wouldn't, or I won't. I can't tell you no supporter of Zor-El or his policies. Interesting. So one guy's aware that war will break out, so he just wants peace. One is fine with the warmonger. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? I guess the female ones are in pink. Sorry, I don't know anything about electors. You should make a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you. And that stuff stinks. It happens to be a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tolby, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tolby noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. It sounds you have an overlord, then. Oh, it's gemstone traders, too. Bay fancies. I've got a few gemstones, although I'm not sure how helpful the gemstones really are, because I've never really bothered with it. Trade bicolor gemstones with their exclusive items. And yeah, doing fates will get you more of them. Okay. Just some food for now. More will probably be unlocked later. Oh, yeah. The bike is also a pretty good mount, but it does sit out of place a little bit. Do-do-do. I am perfectly fine with staying on theme with my polar bear. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal, and a stack of blankets, and there was one enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tolby is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Very true. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here, so we pay a visit before the others return. Sure. We're just walking through the northern mountainsides, and I'm just on a polar bear. It's a lovely sight. It's unfortunate, but the polar bear was also just tied to one of the winter events, so it's not something you can just easily get anymore. It's probably in the cash shop, but I'm not 100% certain. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. Can't let my fear deter me. Not to say I'm scared. Be scared of being sit on, it's a valid fear. That can be disgusting. Hello. Excuse me, is one of the workers Tolby? Colby? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one is he, though. I can't tell which one is he, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is Tolby often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tolby a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Girl, that's a big problem. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tolby. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. A good idea. Great, we can meet back here and share our impressions. Honestly, my guess is that this one is Tolby, but... well, obviously I'm not Tolby. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You meant to find out for yourselves who Tolby is, or if an elector even is in the village at all. Good luck. Fair enough. Hello. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit on you if you startle them. I suggest to keep your movements slow and deliberate. I mean, we can RP walk. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a reason there's a key dedicated to toggling your run status. The nonchalant ranch hand. Am I Tolby? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts, shall we say. Shall we commence the rite of succession, then? No. That's too easy. The boastful ranch hand. You might think me to be Tolby. Well, maybe I am. All I will say, in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. And then we wait. It's probably not the nonchalant one. Considering how all of the Pelu act, it's probably not one that's lazy. Let's hear your pick. Let's say the diligent one. Ah, the worker was intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip off the mask of a mystery ranch hand, so to speak. I have a feeling it'll be a hate crime if you actually try to take off their hats. Just a feeling. We know it's you, Tolby, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tolby, head ledger of the Huachipenlo, and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulul Jajal's chosen electors. They could be lying, though. I was right to trust your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. Hello. She found you out fair and square, Tolby. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here. It makes sense. If he's a ruler of the nation, or ruler of the village at least.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all.
Yeah, it's not like she trusted some stranger to guess for her instead. Oh, hey, the first guy's here. Hello, sir.
Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tolby, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tolby. That's part of the test.
You can just stare him down. No talk. Only stare. That's cheating.
You're doubly.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed.
No, one of your guys just gave you away.
Out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge.
Fair. Alright, Toby, what you got?
Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one.
So he at least thought of nearly 100 ideas. Noted.
You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
You got a near immortal warrior and the warmonger.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Do we get our alpaca mount early then?
Bring out the example!
I guess there's a trick to taming alpacas then. Look at how fluffy and cute it is. Look at that fat butt. They don't even have to change it very much.
Special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, third promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
She's gonna get spat on again, isn't she? Or does this thing just have water cannon? Of course.
Ah!
Right in the eyes.
The little monster spat on me!
So it's particularly aggressive?
I can't...
Well, that didn't take long. She's out of the race.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly.
Okay.
Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
That's an oddly useful countermeasure.
These one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
Okay. So you're just asking us to catch the wild ones then?
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell.
I'm still half expecting him to just chop one in half to capture it.
I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
Well,
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
yeah, because the test in this case is your ability to read the emotions of others.
Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge.
It's not a bad test in all consideration.
End of the right. I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
I got a general idea, Toble, but... like, it's a good test. I'm just not sure... oh, fuck. They're gonna make me do a friggin... Oh, don't make me do a roll quest with her. I hate doing the roll quests.
Well, this won't take long.
Wait!
He's...
Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
I don't think he cares if he needs to take a bath later. Just saying.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas.
Nothing wrong with that. But here's your chance. Learn to like them, because it's important for your quest.
Doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Hey guys.
Are you alright, Uclamat? We thought we heard you scream.
You did, don't worry, Alpha.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Girl, please. Can't hide it.
In other words.
It's fine.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
Good old info dumping, as you do. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff on my face. I think I got all of it. Would you mind taking a sniff for me just to make sure the stench has ruined my sense of smell? I saw that look. Okay. The Feet of Gold. Just to discuss the town a bit. As will Clamont helped demonstrate, the Valley alpacas are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with the tame alpacas. I'd expect me to wrangle a wild one. With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Why are you telling us this? Have you perhaps forgotten we are a kind of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. Sorry, girl, you're dealing with the Merchants Guild. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. 10,000? I don't have that kind of coin. Of course not. Converting the guild, it comes to about 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right having others pay the cost. I'll find the money, somehow. Oh boy, girl's gonna have to get a loan shark on deck, isn't she? In that case... Are we gonna do the trade-up quest? Hey, this basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for even more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. Ha! Oh god, we have to go on this kind of a thing. Okay. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. That's your quest, girl. We need 10,000, not 1 million, so we're looking at 100 times more. Right, I panicked and got a bit confused with Alpha knows Million Gil. Okay. I mean, we can do Hina-chan's million trade adventure, that's fine. Yeah. Wait, Moblu's helping? Did we get Mablu's name? I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guide the claimants toward the first step at the feet, like you asked. As long as Wuklamant goes alone to catch our alpaca, she is free to accept the assistance from whoever she likes. Fair enough. Hooray, let's see about getting you that saddle then, Third Promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak to bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Which is fair. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend the alpacas. Perfectly fair. Gladly, although Jude, I think you should go with Wuklamant. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. Technically, sure. I mean, we look at the market board. That's about normal. If I do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool with Jude anyways, the better to keep my hands free. I guess if I'm going to be doing Dawntrail for a bit, I should probably just make a proper thumbnail for this, shouldn't I? Especially now that I actually have the glamour shot for him. To begin, I suggest trading the wool to Havel, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Cool. Since we're at the 3.5 hour mark anyways, I won't end here, but I have a feeling we'll be staying here. So, can I take a picture on the wall? I can. Let's see. Light coming out from there. Height 2 probably is fine. Then wait for the spin to go around and get the duel up. That should probably be fine. Did I just make that a purple light? That should probably be fine. There we go. Sometimes you gotta do some fun work to get your thumbnails together. Bull beans. Well, we got half an hour left. Let's see what we can do with this trading quest before we bail. It looks like all the other side quests are opening up too. Not a bad thing. Ah, you almost made it, buddy. Hello there, Hobley. How much might one of your calming saddles be, friend? Something I can do for you. Hopefully. We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle is it, and how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. Given to you from this brave potato. What use does a saddle maker have of wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Will you actually tell us what you want? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup a day. Nurse a cup a day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle's going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. Okay, so the mezcal is wine then. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zor al-Jah will go to war and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Shouldn't speak out loud. You have fucked up in your trading regiments. Can't say I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Not unless you get horse riding competitions going. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Waklamat. Oh, is that why Mablu's helping? The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from those horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Which is fair. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the second promise envisions. They've become obsessed with the innovations like the dirigibles they have made trade and swift and easy. Which is fair. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the first promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of, like, what it was when Yok Hoi ruled our village. That's why I offered you help. I want you to become Dawn Servant to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. This is quite the investment, Mablu. Okay. I was half wondering why she hasn't mentioned a price yet for the help, but I guess the price is I don't want us to go to war. That's a fair price. Then neither will we will make you the Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustrations. Let's first try exchanging the wool for anything, even a touch more valuable. Like, say, a scarf. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade as loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Yeah, like the cat. Of course, the Weaver. Balnock was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. But he already bought a shit ton. He got drunk and bought 3 times the stock he needed. I don't know if he can really suffer another loss there, girl. Unless Bullhuck actually has a friend who needs wool too, we're kind of fucked in actually requiring on him for help. Oh, also, this car is from the Final Fantasy XV crossover event. It's a car that can hold 4 people in it. It's a very helpful group mount. Up. This is a spot. After Bolnock talked to us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably going to... Wait. Ikuvlo's Inn. Ikuvlo's Inn? Most visitors to Wachapenko end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Okay. I'll get on my polar bear again. Let's see. I gotta keep an eye out for our hunt marks, too. There we go. Also, if people do want my impression on Viper, since I did have to level it from 80 to 90, it conceptually feels a lot like Dancer in a way, because you have coin flips on your attacks because your attacks are nested, but they're not impossible coin flips. It's just it'll put you in a weird rotation that you can't just automatically do without thinking. But it feels like if Ninja was less of a support and more of a selfish bitch, with the key aspects of Dancer, with your buffs kind of being required for you to do some damage. Which is not inherently a bad thing. I'm perfectly fine with it. Might I ask, is those all about? We just explained to him, hey, we need to trade at a loss because we need, like, a shit ton of money for a saddle. But he's not part of the Pelus, so, I mean, he's not going to be as needed. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Dude, do you have money to spend? Peace and Tyrol is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I'd prefer that one pledged to preserve that peace, win the throne. Which is fair. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pay contributes to your victory. Okay, so I was right. We just trade from wool to clothing. It is technically a bonus. It's very generous, Balnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. Completely fair, girl. I have every faith in you, third promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. Well, it's nice that we found a Hrothgar to simp for our Femgar. That helps out a lot. Only because Jude, remember our Weaver friend? All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with the people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one of which you've instinctively mastered. Or more so one that she's learning. Just take the compliment, girl. I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Maybe something that's worth 1,000 pel. Here, Jude, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Aaronville would never let me hear the end of it. You can trust the steady hands of Alalafell. I will not steal it, I promise. Wink. All set, our next deal is waiting to be found. Okay, they actually have graphics for it. You know what? Fair. But we got a poncho, so that's cool. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking for stockish shells. Makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one. They have a fabulous sense of style. Admittedly, this is a pretty high quality one, so... It's a nice sturdy poncho, but the design is traditional. I don't think fashion is part of its appeal. Only those people who with a practical need would be interested. This is how you get people to learn, by the way. That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho in their ear to buy ours. This is a good method of actually teaching someone, intentionally giving the wrong answer so that way they have to think about it. It's not fantastic in schools just because people will interpret a way someone is talking differently, but on a one-on-one, it's pretty helpful. What about that lizard man over there who's looking naked and afraid? For a living, prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movement. So, not the lizard folk. So even if they bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Fair. We're shorter than them. Hard-bitten, resting, sweaty, and disconcerted. Probably not the sweaty one. If he's already sweaty in this environment, I don't know if a poncho will help, but just to get out of the way. Those types aren't fond of accessing clothing either. Okay. What about the hard-bitten one? Probably drop by the end and take a break between patrols. Also fair. There's the resting one, but he's got a poncho already. No coat or cloak, but also no weapon? We might have a winner. Oh yeah, he is basically just naked, isn't he? Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker, and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work well. But now look at me. I'm naked and afraid. The beast's taking my job from me. Will this even fit him? What a splendid poncho! This would be perfect replacement for the coat I lost. Would be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade for one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. I'm assuming this will be 1,000 to 2,000? Yeah, 1,000. So we've doubled our money. Not bad. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on every footing with any Pelu merchant. That it should, buddy boy. Enjoy your trade. Her fine hands use hatchets for harvest mail. Wait, what? And I thought to impress her with the tool. Oh, I guess we have our next target then. Thank you, buddy. We've already found our next buyer. To Milfu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the calm type, right? Yeah, the tamed ones that like to be ridden, girl. Yay! We upgraded to a level 5 hatchet. Alright then. Actually getting close to 91 too. Dude. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. I am no stranger to hatchets, I assure you, Wilklamat. Ready to go, let's mount up. Begin the alpaca ride. And just like every mount in the game, they adjust to the size of the user. So look at our tiny little alpaca. Oh, also, experience is gained on map revealing, so if you see those numbers pop up, that just means we're traversing through the map. So since we'll cross over into this block, we should get another 51k there. Yep, or 54k rather. They've been doing better with this, with the auto-porting between quests being fine. This does at least give them a chance to, like, inject lore if you want to. And this does also auto-carry you there, as well as get you to the right destination without you having to think. So it's not a bad way for them to just kind of inject lore to the players. I kind of like it, to be honest. Oh, wait, that's one of the hunts. I can't get off it yet. Good, that will stay. Oh, they reused the Cactuar model. Nocto Cactuar. Okay. Probably a light element-based Cactuar. We made it without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Iklov's Inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant. Weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. And perhaps you understand, I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands. Wow. He just took in all the abandoned kids to work on the ranch? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity, yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. You're fine, Mablu. He probably wants you to do that. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. Apologies, I'm telling my depressing backstory. I did not mean to let that slip. That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise and let's get to bargaining. Okay. Before we do that, if you're just gonna show me where one of the marks is, I may as well just go and murder the thing. Leave me alone, Cactuar. I'm in like 620. Oh, that's dragging my eye level down super hard. Okay, yeah, that could be a problem. Tree. Hello, tree. There we go. I probably don't need to do the full combo here. Shoot. Cool beans. Mark down. And there's nothing wrong with an extra 400k experience. Oh, you know what? I gotta test a blue mage thing real quick. They do have a needle skill. Fuck. Okay. I guess blue mages are gonna have to come here for the Noctocactuar just to get a new needle skill. I wonder how much damage it does, though. It might actually do random damage. It's just a good AoE skill for you to learn, I guess. Small, mind you, but not bad. Also, I'm slightly glad I actually waited to work on the expansion a week after the initial launch for it. All things considered, we were probably going to have a bunch of lag if we didn't. Hello! You're Miplu, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. I imagine launch day was miserable for anyone able to get in. It took me an hour and a half just to log in on Jude just so I could grab Viper. It was bad. And from what I remember correctly, it took me about 12 hours to level from 80 to 90 with my methodology. And a lot of that time was waiting on dungeons to pop, because the dungeons would pop anywhere from 5 minutes to 50 minutes. Betting on the third promises thing is not necessarily going to help, girl. Innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. Sorry, girl. Yeah, you gotta choose your cards carefully as a merchant. You're not going to get a promise every single time. Oh, trade some manual labor for it too? Ha! Hey, she does have a good idea in her head. I'm perfectly fine with that. We can pick multi-dimensional grapes. You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Jude and I have a mate together. Okay, Mablu's gonna help too. Off to the fields then, and mind you to pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. I mean, 15's not bad. And I've got chainsaws right here, so I mean... Also, yes, to confirm, I did go with the glamour that actively had the chainsaws. I didn't think there was a dungeon that actually had Viper weapons that were active tech weapons, but I found it. Because unfortunately, the only dungeons that are really going to be having Viper and Pictomancer weapons are anything from Endwalker and on. So you don't have a ton of options. Dude. Here. And here. One more. Ah, there it is. While it is thankful that Viper does have a dash action, like Reaper, Ninja, and all of them do, it's unfortunate that it's targetable to allied party members and enemies, so you can't just use it willy-nilly for travel like you would on Ninja or Reaper. But it's helpful in dungeons, so can't fault that. I'm assuming Moblus are bad. Oh, no. Offer you a full sack of our highest grade smart leaves. Which should come to 2k? Oh, we go from 1 to 5. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Our labor's worth a lot, Jesus. Here you are, another hatchet and some free labor. I'll give it a good home. Talk to the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Bye-bye. Thank you for tea leaves. But now becomes the question of who's going to get the tea leaves. Because we're now at, like, the halfway point with this. Blue, are you going to be self-deprecating? Toby is not thinking of it as you abandoning him. Chick's gotta fly the nest eventually. Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Yeah, like, have you talked with him at all? That would probably help your case a little bit. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Turlaw's peace, and becoming a Dawn servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobley held the same opinion, so talk to him. Realistically, you should just talk with your father figure. Better to find out for sure than worry over if he might say, thank you for the advice. I guess we are technically helping her during this too, so there is technically a fair trade going on. What's next then? We trade some tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, we're close enough now. I say we head straight for the premium mezcal. Wait, you think we can exchange the leaves for the mezcal? Okay, girl, if you think you can get double the value for these tea leaves. But, like, don't jump the shark here. That's asking for a lot. Of course I am. I'm Woklamata, the Dawn's Promise, after all. You gotta learn, girl. No self-deprecation on this goddamn train. I've done enough of it as is. Dude. Nice. And we're at about the 10 o'clock mark now. So why don't we just head over to the next trading point, because that's probably going to be back by the Aetherite. Oh no, the distillery. Okay. And they get to walk like losers. While I have a polar bear. Where is the distillery? Oh, it's in the main town anyways, we're fine. Leave me alone, Noctocactuar. I've already determined I'm gonna have to come here with Cedric to loot you guys for your spells. Alrighty. Let us park our polar bear close enough to the town. Oh, hey, Solace. There's coffee grounds here. They grow coffee in this land. A mix of coffee and alpacas. I'm sure that would go over well. Although that would explain why all of the Pelu are pretty gung-ho about everything. They're probably drinking enough coffee to make a bargain deal with Satan. Am I heading along the right path? Yeah, I am. Okay. Oh, wait. That's a bit better. Alrighty, where's our Aetherite at? Since we're at the 10 o'clock mark, we may as well pass the love over to other people. I've got some stuff to do afterwards anyways, because I would like to get some energy to maybe... Actually, no, we play games tomorrow. But I would like to maybe go to the store to grab some supplements for tomorrow. There we go. Just to try and actually keep me intact. Also, hey there, Master. Welcome in. Yes, chalky milk. Unfortunately, I'm a person who's a bit too afraid to actually drink caffeine, so I do kind of have to just settle with sugar, even though it's not the best one to actually boost your immune system with. How are things going, by the way, Master? You enjoying the evening? Kind of apologize to say that we are kind of near the end of the night, just because I did start a little bit earlier, but we'll be back again tomorrow. I actually plan on going back to the 4-day stream week, just so that way we can play Dawnguard. Dawntrail, sorry. Having a decent day? Well, it's good that you're having a decent day, at least. Yeah, apologies on the fact that I know I normally go 8 to 12, but for this week, and just because of all of the other activities I have going, I plan on kind of keeping my streams 6 to 10 for now. Just so that way I can keep everything organized. And I may go later on Saturday, depending on what we're doing. God, the urge to raid Toto is real, but we did raid them yesterday. Gonna try to not bully them too much. There are a good number of people playing Final Fantasy. Blue is also working on Minecraft, but I should probably stick to Final Fantasy. My timing strikes again. I have a bad luck with things, so this time... I thought this time I can hang it out and actually watch a 14 stream, which I haven't really done before. Sorry, Master. If it helps at least, I will be keeping this consistent time frame for the next few weeks in general. So we can at least try and pass you over to Quito for now, although they do appear to be a bit farther in than I am. They look to be a warrior main, so that should be interesting. I was just gonna get cozy while I really need to make supper. That's fair. Well, hopefully speaking, you can at least enjoy your dinner. I know a good meal tends to help out a lot, especially after a potentially rough day. But I'll be back on tomorrow, around the same time and place. We'll continue trouncing through Dawnguard. I'm just going to call it Dawnguard going forward. It's easier for me to say. We're going to travel through Dawnguard a bit, just so that way we can see about getting this cat on the throne. She's making a lot of promises, so it'll be in her best interest to actually fulfill them. But enjoy the rest of your evening, all. Thank you for joining us in the cabin. And thanks again, Solace, for resubscribing for the 39th month. You'll have to keep an eye out on that frostbite, so make sure to take care of yourself, alright? But for now, rest easy. We'll talk with you tomorrow. And for now, bye-bye. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.